Hello, there we go. Microphone is working. I am Dread Mechanic. How are we all this evening? Right, so this is part 6 of my building Metal Gear Zeke live stream. What have we done? We have built him with warp controls. We have set him up with AI, weapon, and head controls. We've set him up with some general AI controls so that he can follow us around. We began doing something like that. There's still a lot of things in that toolbar that we need to fix. Oh yeah, so we built a decoy system as well, didn't we? Oh yeah, and there's a weird bug in that leg that I need to figure out. She keeps doing a strange little crouch. But, yeah. Seems to be working alright-ish. She's still a bit bouncy. I think I might add a bit more weight to his legs and see if that helps out with that situation at all. Let's go back over here. The one that we're actually doing all the work on. Yeah, that one's exactly the same, there's no difference there. Right, you test dummy, you can go away. You want to get stepped on, and we'll bring Rex over here. Which will make our life a little bit easier. I can't remember what the difference was with you. You were just a just in case version, weren't you? Yeah, only you like that. Okay then, so... Oh, hey UK Jamie, how you doing, man? Welcome to the party. Oh, I've also noticed that I have a new channel member. Zen, if you're out there and you're watching, welcome to the party. Thank you very much for your membership. How you doing, Jamie? Right, okay. Well, I think today I'm mostly going to be doing a fair bit of greebling to this thing. We have set up most of the control systems that I want to use. But there's still lots of details we can add. Need to dig up my reference pictures that I forgot to sort out beforehand. There we go, there's one on the back, and there's one on the front. And the sides, there we go. Right, so I've got some reference pictures there now. Oh, here's Rex. Getting a little bit too close. Need a hand. You're gonna get stuck. Nope. There you go. He's okay. Let's turn that off. Right. So let's set up that last set of AI controls. So we built the guard mode. Have we done anything for patrol mode? We've got those bits for that. What have we got for guard mode? We've got a couple of groups. guard and guard control. Right, what did I do with these groups? What is AI guard? That is just the 3 defense blocks, 3 AI blocks it's going to need. Next Mechyard episode will be that'll be up on Saturday afternoon, at least Saturday afternoon UK time. It'll be up on Saturday. It is currently available to members in early access, and then on Saturday it goes live to the general public, as is the kind of usual deal. Mechyard from now on will probably be every 2 weeks rather than every single week, because I'm just too busy at the moment to pump out an episode on a weekly basis. Which is why I'm doing the live streams again, to kind of fill in that gap. But I am also planning to do some more survival related stuff in the near future. I'm waiting for the next SE1 update to come out to see what's in that. And then I've got some ideas for another survival series that might run in tandem with Mechyard. But yeah, to answer your question, it'll be ready on Saturday. So that's those 3 blocks. Guard control. What have I done there? That's 4 blocks. Oh, right. Okay. So we need a guard. AI. Oh, there's still stuff in here. I still haven't put that feckin' mod in this game. Ah, no worries, Jamie. AI blocks. Right, so for this one, we want the defense block, the movement block, and the patrol block. Then we're going to call that Metal Gear Zeke Mark 1 AI Unit Patrol. And then that same group with the sensor added will be the control group. Sweet, yeah, because I need one group to turn the blocks on, and I need a separate group so I can play with the AI settings. Because using groups gets a bit fussy if all the blocks don't have the same controls. So, guard has got 2 groups, timer, controller, assign, AI block. Yeah, cool. Right, everything's got all the bits it needs. Fantastic. Right, so patrol mode is going to be block switched on and off. It is going to be turned on and off by that sign. That timer is going to contain just that sign flicking on and off, because then we can use this timer as a failsafe, like the other one, to stop the 2 modes being activated at the same time. Right, so what did I do with that guard mode controller? First things first, walk start, oh god, there's lots of stuff in here. And walk. 1, 2, 3. Oh, AI, weapons. Med. Okay. Right. That's quite a lot of stuff. Right, walk, start, walk, reset. Walk, start, trigger, walk, reset, on. Walk, start, trigger walk reset on. Walk start off, walk reset trigger. Walk start off, walk reset trigger. Oh, the convoluted things you have to do to get this AI to behave. And then the next thing, walk reset off, walk start on. Reset off, start on. Walk reset off. Oh, crap. That was the wrong thing. Walk start off. That. Guard mode. Walk reset off, walk start on. Did it the wrong way around. Walk reset off, walk start on. Right, and that should set everything up when the walk cycle wants to stop and start. Right, hopefully this will all make sense when I turn it on. So, guard control on, guard control off, and then AI on and off. Right. Control on and off. Control AI on and off. And I think the next one was the head controls. I think. Yeah, turn the head on, weapon systems off. That's the one. Head on, weapon systems off. Do. Head control on, weapon systems off. Should nearly be done, and then we can set up some patrol waypoints. Walk reverse controls off, turn controls off, and that's your lot. Right, reverse controls, turn controls, simple enough. Reverse controls on and off, because the AI gets moody if it can move in all the directions. And turn controls off and on. Right, that looks about correct, I think. Patrol mode. Right, we'll put that there. We'll have a look at this patrol AI. So, autopilot. What we're going to need. That's about all the settings we need to change, really. Let's take one of these. Do a little test. Oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of AI controls that I needed to adjust, wasn't there, from the weapons test that we did last time. And I also need to do this every damn time. Balance control, that's the one. That the right one? I don't think that's the right one. Yeah, maybe it was the right one. That one. There we go. Right, you're just looking at the right reference point now. Why does your leg keep doing that? Yeah, we'll work it out later. Whatever. Right, so... Did I build a remote control block on here? Yes, I did. You can't add waypoints from the toolbar. I have to do it manually. That's a pain. Okay, fine. We'll do it the difficult way. Remote block. Control. There we go. Control it via the remote. The remote can still control it the exact same way. Yeah. Groovy. That's a point. I need to set up a toolbar controls for the remote, for remote operations. Right, so add a waypoint for that Zeke number 1. Bring the signals up so I can see them. Then we'll walk him over here. Oh, hey Tybor. How's it going? It's going fine. Just doing a little bit more work on Zeke. Still need to get to the bottom of why his feet won't grip properly, but I do think it's a weight issue. I think he bounces too much. Right, and then we'll put another GPS there. For that Zeke number 2. I'll see how good he is at following waypoints. He might have a few issues because he stands about a meter higher when he's walking, maybe a little bit more. So that might cause some problems, but we'll find out in a second. Yeah, we'll go slightly over here a bit. Yeah, that'll do. Right, we'll set up another one there, and then we'll have one more. Then he can hopefully do a little patrol. The AI blocks seem to be a bit hit and miss sometimes when it comes to setting patrol routes. Sometimes they absolutely insist on being bang on the money, right on the waypoint before they'll go to the next one, and then sometimes 6 feet, 10 feet, that'll do them as far as they're concerned, as long as they're close enough. So, it'd be a bit strange sometimes. But I think that might be more of a byproduct of trying to do AI stuff with something that walks and doesn't have thrusters in every direction. Right, that can be Zeke number 4, so we've got 4 of them. Let's move him over here a little bit more. Right, there we go. There's a decent distance from all of that. So, patrol mode AI block. Let's stick these waypoints in there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's on patrol, so you'll just go back and forth, and back and forth. Oh, Tybord, another question. Have I ever tried to mount the wheel suspensions normally and activate the handbrake on the legs? I have tried doing that with some mechs. It can work. It has similar issues to having really high friction on your wheels, in that the actual tire blocks get they get very aggressive in the way that they grab the voxels, and can cause a bit of clang. I have done some experimenting with it, but it's kind of led to similar results with unhappy hinges. Hinges have a terrible habit of being very moody when they experience any kind of lateral forces that push against them sideways. When they move forward and backward, they're fine, but they get very clangy having to do sideways stuff. And again, suspension blocks and the way they grip stuff can cause that clanging. Right, so what was I doing? Patrol mode, that's all sorted. Right. Bam. Nope. Nope, there we go. It's kicked into life. And there it goes. Oh, I need to turn the HUD thing off on those two sensors. There you go, he is now bouncing towards that waypoint there. How well is he going to do hitting that target? Is he going to hit it and move on to the next, or is he going to sit here and struggle? They get a bit confused sometimes. Ah, it looks like he missed it. He's going to try walking around until he gets to it. Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, like I said, using suspension blocks for feet is fine for large grid stuff. It works fine. For small grid stuff, it's just a little bit temperamental. Have you decided that you got to that waypoint now, have you? Given up on that one? Moving on to the next? Yeah. Alright, well, he seems to be reasonably happy. Following those waypoints. See how well he hits the next one. Usually when they stop like that, it's not a good sign. It's usually a sign that they've missed it. Yeah, he's turning around. Is he going to try again? No. The main problem with doing this kind of thing with the big ones is because of their size, they've got so much sway that they can, just stepping, they can miss the waypoint by like a good few meters. But he seems to be alright at following them. He's struggled and then he's corrected himself, and then he's either hit the mark or given up and moved to the next one. I've noticed that the AI task blocks, unlike your remote controls autopilot settings, the task blocks will, under certain circumstances, I'm not entirely sure what, but they will just give up and move on to the next location if they can't get to the one they're after. Whereas the remote control blocks, they will persistently try and reach a particular GPS before they even think about doing anything else. So the two different kinds of AI settings come in useful in different circumstances. Like if you want something to just head straight home, use a remote block. If you want something to have the option to navigate to a different location or just skip a waypoint, use a task block. And that AI balance control is working pretty well. Okay, I'm happy with that. So we can pop those waypoints into this one, stick them in there. It's all good. Turn that sign off. And he's trying to walk. But he can't. Oh yes, we need to sort out that sign and make it look pretty. So let's turn it off. Let's turn that on. What did we do with the guard sign? With the guard sign, we bum. Size 23, 3, my usual shade of green. Format did we do? We did that. It'd be handy if I was looking at the correct side. Why does that light turn on when I do that? Oh, it's because I'm up in the air, that's why it's reacting weird. I think. Right, so, patrol mode sign. Text and images. Size 3. Patrol mode. And bum. Green text. I think I put that to 23. And then I used the Trinity background. Like so. Cool. That turns the head on. Still need to sort out all those LCDs for the various controllers. Oh, bugger, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put the failsafe into that control. Probably I want to do it first. Oh, you know what, I'll just bung it at the end. I can't be bothered doing that now. So, fail safe. What am I on? I'm on patrol mode. So, when patrol mode is active, I want to turn that timer off so that we can't activate guard mode at the same time and confuse the poor thing with two sets of AI controls. And then for guard mode, we want to do basically the same thing, just at the other end. So, patrol, or the other way around. So patrol can go off and go back on. And that is one of the reasons I like putting the switches into a timer, because you can then turn the timer off and that button is then defunct and can't be used until you turn the timer back on again. Whereas you can still actually use the switch in other programs, because you've still got this that's actually controlling it. It's just our user interface button gets deactivated. Right, so let's name that stuff. What else haven't we named here? Ugh. All of these gyros. Why do I keep forgetting to put that mod on this save file? I've actually downloaded it now and put it onto other games, I just haven't put it onto this one. I can go there. What else have we got? Lots and lots of balance gyros. Oh dear God, it's off them. Let's do it in chunks. Oh, hey Adria. How you doing, man? Right. Bear with me while I just clean up this control panel. It's all getting a bit messy. I usually like to get everything named up as I go along, so I know what bits I've done and which bits still need to be sorted out, and I've just completely forgotten to do that with a lot of this stuff. Oh, they're not balanced gyros anymore though, are they? Some of them are something else. Hey Marcus. Ah, no worries, man. You can lurk all day long. Tideball, I'm actually not much of a programmer in real life. I know very little about coding in a traditional sense. I just have a lot of experience with logic gates in games like this and Minecraft and stuff like that. I used to do a lot of nonsense with the redstone system in Minecraft a long time ago. So the logic gates in SE aren't actually much different. In some ways, I kind of wish that space engineers had a wiring or cabling system like the redstone system in Minecraft. Because I always found that an interesting challenge as well, is wiring the thing up as well as working out the logic gates, whereas in SE you just slap stuff together and it's magically got all of its circuits connected, you don't have to worry. But part of me does kind of wish there was a cabling system that could, like, sort of complement the conveyor system that everything uses for shipping parts. But yeah, that's just me waffling. Why is that flickering? Oh, that's still spinning. Oh, because that's still walking, that's why. Turn that off. Right, let's turn off the HUD markers on there, because we don't need that anymore. Those thrusters. Not too bad. What else have we got here? That needs tag, that needs a tag, that needs a tag, that needs a tag. They need naming properly. What's that, Tibor? You tried in Minecraft too, but half the things you can build you've forgotten already. Yeah, I kind of got a little bit bored with building stuff in Minecraft. It was a bit too blocky for my liking. And it's not quite got the same kind of physics engine as something like Space Engineers. You can't really do mechanical things to the same degree in Minecraft that you can in SE, but then again I haven't played Minecraft in a very, very long time, so that might not be the case anymore. That can get a proper name. We'll call it Metal Gear Zeke, so it can match the antenna. Right, what else needs naming? Let's quickly name this stuff. I will eventually, one day, maybe get round to putting the easy renaming mod in here. And make my life a little bit simpler, but not today. I can't be bothered quitting out of the game and sorting that out midstream. Oh yeah, we set up all those decoys, didn't we? They actually kind of worked. Right. AI balance thruster. They can all just get named the same thing. That's going to be the docking port on the back. And we'll probably end up moving it again, because we've moved it at least 3 times over the course of this build. Leg light, right. All the important stuff has been named. The only stuff that's left is stuff that we haven't played with yet. And there's a whole bunch of air vents and things that I need to name and figure out what I'm doing with, but that will do for the moment. Cool. Right. Oh yeah, right, so this control, this toolbar, what do we want on it? Got reactors there. I need to make a new group for these batteries, because I like to try and have a sensible looking toolbar. There we go, that group's reappeared. And I like to try and have a kind of standard format to it across most of my builds. So that's going to be system stuff, that's going to be AI controls, and then we've got weapons, and then that's test stuff. Oop. Oh no, that's not test stuff, that's the decoy system we started setting up, wasn't it? No, smeg, what have I just deleted? Oh yeah, it was the on-off button, wasn't it? Right, yeah. That was going to be like that. So, AI controls. What other AI controls can we set up? The only other thing that I might want to set up from here... Oh! Hey Dobbsy, flying visit. Hey man. Oh, sorry, I can't... DCND, what's that? You love my funny magical words. Ah, thank you. Alright, I'm quite a nerdy, booky type person. I read a lot and end up picking up strange words and tend to use it in a strange way. Fist bump, yeah. Digital fist bump through YouTube. Just don't punch your telly. Right, so AI controls for now. the only thing I'm going to want to control from here, AI-wise, might be his offensive settings. So for now, just to fill the toolbar out, we might do just something like target characters, weapons, propulsion, and power. Where is it? There we go. That's the 2 AI modes. There'll be 2 more buttons there at some point. So yeah, and it's pretty much greebling time. Did I put any searchlights on here? I have not. Searchlights are always a good thing to have. I'll put some on wrecks. I like to have searchlights on things. Right, I reckon it's going to be mostly greebling now, making things look interesting. So what can we do to make things look more interesting? I think I want to put a bit more of this pattern in a few places. Because the clean armor is really good, looks really nice, but it's actually so clean that it's really hard to see the seams and stuff. So put some details on things. Take that down so everyone else can see. Let's have a look at these legs. Legs. They're pretty flat from the pictures I've got, but they've got all sorts of little bumps and indents and little things here and there. And that looks a bit big. The scale that I'm working on. Let's just do something like that for now. And then there's another one. I should really have mirror mode on for this. That would make things easier. Yeah, because he's got a few knobbly bits on his legs about there. Oh, no worries, Dobbsy. Yeah, you have fun, man. Yeah, I might drop a few more mechs into the server. The only problem with mechs and servers is server wiggle. I've come back to that server a couple of times and found my mechs have exploded while I've been away. Luckily it's a creative server, so I can just delete it all and paste it back in, but... Yes, Rimmer is a massive smeghead. Yeah, right, what else have we got? So, we'll do something like that. Something like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we've got all kinds of details sort of tucked away in the sides of these legs. Not that one. That one. Let's lock these hinges in the meantime, because that subgrid wiggle is doing my head in. There we go. I think on the right leg is slightly offset. Have I screwed one up? Oh, I have. Oh! Actually, I like it better like that. Thank you for pointing that out. It's the left leg that I actually want to adjust. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I actually want to do that there. Yeah, that's better. Cheers for that, mate. Right, so I made this out of full blocks, so we can carve a few little details into the sides of these things. I'm not going to delete anything by mistake when I do this, am I? No. Right, so we can use these blocks to do things. Put in little details like that. You can also use those to tape them off so they haven't got quite a harsh edge to them. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, that's an odd number. Yeah, I quite like that. Let's do the same thing here. Let's cut that out. Stick that and that in there. Bum, 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 bum. There it is. Put that in there. What else could we do? What other little details can we carve into this thing? You can get all sorts of nice little patterns and interesting shapes. Just with these pieces. Just trying things out and doing different stuff. What shall we go with? It. That way, that way, that way, that way. Yeah, I might just do something simple like that for now. When in doubt, keep it simple. Yeah, and that way you can get little details into things without having to add on to the outside, and then you can add on more to the outside as well. Let's have a look here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Again, might just chuck in. Have something like that for now. I feel like I want to put something long here. Maybe here. Take that out. Let's stick... Nah, that's too much. Yeah, something like that. That's quite cool. Do the same thing here then. So let's take that out, pop that in, take that out, pop that in, take that whole thing out, do that. Yeah, I like that. With the painted plate, yeah, I'm definitely going to add more detail with this pattern here. Mirror mode is making it select the wrong colour though, because it's a bit stupid. Oh yeah, because we can't select that side. Oh, don't worry, Tybor. I got what you meant the first time. But yeah, more decorations. What we got? What's that gap here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's an odd numbered gap. No, I don't like that because it sits underneath that. Oh, you could actually do some greebling with armor plate, actually. I'm trying to keep to the colour scheme I've got here. Rex has already got plenty of red on him. This guy, I'm trying to stick to all the colour schemes that are present in the actual designs, so I'm just going to use different patterns of white for the legs, I think. Ooh, actually, what if I colour those in? Oh yeah, I like that. Let's do that. There we go. That can be a bit of extra pattern detail there. Yeah, I like that. Oh, there's some armor plating underneath his chin. I've got a better picture of it somewhere. There it is. Right, he's actually got some armor plating here on an angle parallel with that body, and then he's got a bit of white paneling underneath the neck as well. So how can we get some armor plates? Where are they? Not the half ones, the full ones, please. We need to get that hanging a block out from there. Ooh. Scaffolding, maybe? Gaff block do the job. What's in here? Oh. Oh. Oh, we can take that off the top of that beacon. That doesn't need to be anymore. We got that sorted out. No, I might just use a regular block for now, while I figure out how I'm going to do this. And the other option is mount it on a hinge and angle it. There's already quite a few subgrids on here, so I'll try and figure out a way of doing it without adding even more. That still needs to be a block further out. So I'm going to do that and that. Yeah, because that needs to be about there. That needs to be about there, so that can overhang. We need a way of making this look not crap. Right, that can go then. And we can put that back. It needs to be that way around. Let's use that beam block. See what that looks like. Next we need that. Then we need that. Then we need that. And then that needs to come out a little bit. How wide is that? The problem is I can't get it exactly how I want it because we've only got square slopes. We don't have any angled slopes, so I might do 2 across the top, 2 across the bottom. Then where are the half slopes? And something like that there. And that is about as good as we're going to get that. But that looks a little bit better. It's probably difficult to see, but he has got a little thing like that just tucked in there. So then there's going to be one on here as well. I reckon chop that block off, stick that on there for now. What angle do we need to achieve? Oh, actually, it's similar to that. I'm going to do it similar to that over here. What did I cut out? Put out a tip and put a thing on it that way. Mirror mode off so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. Right, cool. Let's do the same thing then. So let's stick one of them there to mount it on. Let's grab that colour. Where are we? Yeah, so one of them on that end. Hopefully, really difficult to join up. One of them on that end. And he has got a little thing just under his neck, kind of like that. DCND, isn't that an AMBS? What's an AMBS? I'm not familiar with that acronym. You can set some piston heads to joint to the knees and so on. Oh, I do not like using pistons. I mean the actual piston heads. Oh yeah, they're actually quite a good bit of detailing probably. But you meant using pistons in the actual knees. I don't like doing that. It tends to end with explosions, but what about those new ones? What do they look like? They look like when they're black. Ooh. Oh, they don't look too bad actually. There's a little bit of detailing. They kind of disappear, regardless of colour. Yeah, I might have to find some places for these things to live. They look quite nice as a little bit of something. Right, let's do basically the exact same thing, so that's all I can do with the shapes I've got. So if we have, where are we? 2 of them. Two of them. Where are the half blocks? Half panel. There we go. I'm going to just do something like that. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Oh, and we've still got a big gape. Oh, yes, I also wanted to try and cut this bit back a little bit so he can drop his chin a little bit more. So if we cut this layer back, what can we do to blend that and not make it look crap? Oh, for a start, need to seal this off. Go. Right. Triangles. Triangles will probably do it. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Triangle, triangle, and then up here we have weird shape. Of course we do. 1, 2, 3, that one, maybe. No. Of course it's a shape I don't have a thing for. Let's just do that. Chop that out. Chop that out. And then just do that instead. There we go. It's a bit nicer. Right, details. No one's ever probably going to look at it, but I want to stick that onto these armor blocks. Ugh, awkward place to get into. Oh, Mr. MD, hello. How are you? Right, let's get in there with spectator mode. Where were we? We were here. Ah, yes, I was trying to get to that block. Oop. Right, that's all the ones that I wanted painting under there. At least for now. Yeah, I'll leave that like that for the minute. Is there any more details knocking around this thing that I can squeeze in here? We've got that, we've got that. That's about as detailed as I can make it with what I've got to play with. Can we do anything with this back edge? greeble it a little bit so it's a little less boxy. Change those to that. Yeah, that's a little bit nicer. I could probably get some details under there. Let's do a similar thing to what we did on the leg. Let's chop that out. And then put that in there. Some sort of little grill type thing. Then what's that picture looking like? It was very, very flat on the top. I don't want to put more detail in. How am I doing today, Mr. MD? I'm doing fine. I'm doing pretty good. I actually had a job interview today, so I'm hoping that went well. But other than that, yeah, I'm pretty good. Doing the usual, messing with robots, waiting for new SC1 updates to come out, because there should be one just on the horizon now. Ooh, this black section here, this actually comes back further in between those two yellow lines. In fact, let's take some of that colour. Let's do a thing straight down the middle of there. Let's chop that out, put that in. Go, a little bit more detail there. Another block behind that. That's a little bit too thin there. Yeah, a little more detail. That looks good. What else could we do? What other blocks have we got? Oh, that picture there, there's actually a bit more detail underneath his chin. Will you let me grab the colour I want? Thank you. Now we've got... Oh! Hello, tiny cat. You've come to join the party. Come on. Come on. Here you go. Hello, madam. Let's see. What can we do under here? Hello, tiny cat. Ooh, I know. Let's stick some heat vents. I haven't got much room under there, but there's a nice little spot just there. What? Attention-seeking cat. I'm busy doing things. I'll point them that way around. Then we could even put a little like vent cover thing around it. We do something, or do we want to do it with them? No, I want to do it with that. So I've got a bit of that pattern. And then have that there. And for now, we'll call that heat vent head left. And heat vent head right. So they're easier to find later. Cool. Oh, and that's another thing that we need to think about with Zeke. That I'd forgotten. Oh, what's going on? There we go. I need to squeeze some broadcast controllers into him somewhere. And honestly, I actually prefer the back end of the broadcast controllers. The front end would be cooler if that little display actually did anything, if it was interactive or if you could change the display to something, but currently it's just an image. Whereas I like the back end of that. It looks cool, it's all chunky and mechanical and stuff. I think it looks better like that. Because Rex has 2 broadcast controllers in him somewhere. Can't remember where they are. But he's got controls. He's got signals that he sends for all of his different things to let you know that guard mode is active and inactive, or patrol mode is active and inactive, and the head is online and the Gatling gun's online. So we need to sort all of that kind of stuff out too. We'll do it at some point. Right. Gonna get rid of you because you're an old version. I'm going to copy and paste the current version that is working and we're happy with. Actually, no I'm not, because there's a few things that I've forgotten about since yesterday. Hey Marcus. Building mechs. Oh, I saw you mentioned Mech Warriors earlier on in the Discord. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Mech Warrior series. I really like the concept, I really like the art style. I absolutely cannot stand the control scheme for that game, or most of those games. I know some of them are better, but yeah, I've never really massively looked into Mech Warriors because the few experiences I've had with it have frustrated me quite a lot. But I might have another look into it at some point soon. I tried Mech Warriors 5 not long ago and spent far too long just trying to get through the tutorial of it because I was just not jiving with the control scheme. And I ended up bidding it off and getting a refund, so I might try it again in the future. What are we doing? AI behaviours. Oh yeah, we need to set all this up because we didn't set this up properly yesterday, or last time. So we decided we were going to give them a little bit more room to breathe. 50 meters was getting them a little bit too close and they were headbutting. Retreat time, I'll give it 15 seconds for now. Search time, 20 seconds. Yeah, like I said, I didn't have the best experience with the games. The lore, I've not really looked into that much. What little of the lore I got at the beginning of Mech Warriors 5 seemed pretty cool. And then as soon as I got into the game, it kind of annoyed me that it's thousands of years in the future, human civilization has colonized space, and we're now having intergalactic wars over it, yet the futuristic robots we're driving all steer with tank controls. Like, the two didn't jive well with me. If I'm playing a game that's set thousands of years in the future, I want a neural interface with my robot so I can steer it properly and not have to drive it like a World War II machine. Yeah, the control scheme in that game's really upset me. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more like Armored Core, but it just wasn't. Right, so that's kind of what we had yesterday, or the last time. That'll do, right. Make a copy of that. I think... What else do I need to do? Oh yeah, I need to set up these broadcast controllers. What did we do with the broadcast controllers on Rex? Oh yeah, I had two of them. I had one for all the different modes, and I had one for all of the weapons. Right, okay. That kind of makes sense. Broadcast controls. It was Mech Warrior's tabletop thing at one point as well. I've never really been too much into tabletop games. I liked a little bit of Warhammer 40k when I was a kid, but I was mostly just into painting and building the models. Playing the game didn't interest me all that much. Broadcast controller controls. I'll just call it that for now. Broadcast controller weapons. Metal Gear Zeke. Right, in fact, let's go have another look at Rex. What did we do in what order, so it kind of makes some kind of sense? Head active, guard mode, patrol mode, enemy detected, targets lost. And then everything else is weapon on and off, weapon on and off, weapon on and off, weapon on and off. Right. Head, guard, patrol, targeting. Right, so, custom name. Metal Gear Zeke. Message. Head. Online, we'll call it. Head online. Head offline has 2 Fs. Guard mode online. Guard mode offline. Patrol mode online and patrol mode offline. Ooh, it's very easy, isn't it? And then in big capital letters, enemy detected and target lost. Oh, hey Spaghetti, how you doing? Yeah, he's coming together now. He's nearly ready to chop down and leave on the ground. Like I said last time, I'm still going to wait for the new update to come out before I publish any of these, because I am fairly certain that Keen are going to make improvements to the game again, and that are going to make lots of my hard work irrelevant, so I want these things to be as up to date as possible. And they've been doing a lot of teasing of that new, the next update for this, so it can't be too long until it comes out. So, yeah. A couple of weeks probably, and I'll start publishing these Metal Gear units. This one's nearly, Zeke's nearly finished, so I'm going to start another one soon. I haven't quite decided which one. And then once the new update comes out, I will see what's in it, make any adjustments to these guys that I need to, and then I'll start publishing them. So what did we have in the broadcast controller? It's just the weapons, isn't it? So Gatling gun, flares, rocket, yeah, whatever order I want them in. Because the weapons are slightly different. And broadcast controller, weapons, custom name, Metal Gear, Zeke. So Gatling gun, online, Gatling gun offline, and then what are all the weapons? We've got Gatling guns, auto cannons, rocket, rail. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, right, so Gatling gun, auto cannons will be the next one. And hopefully I've got enough room in all the controls for these things to fit these messages in. Should do. Autocannons, and then we'll have rocket, and then rail. Rocket launcher online. Rocket launcher offline. Rail cannon online. And then the last one will be that. So we can then add these messages into all of the various controls. So what the dice starts with, head online. That's going to be messages 1 and 2. So head on, because we set all these controls up with timers for everything. Should be a real simple case. I'm just adding transmit message 1. Now let's put it there. You know, I might make it all distinct and put it over there. So that could be 2. That can be 1. So now when we turn the head on, Metal Gear Zeke tells us the head is online. And offline. And online. And offline. Cool. Unknown signal exploding in the distance. I very rarely bother to go and get them, so they usually just sit there and explode. What was next? Guard mode and patrol mode. Right, so guard mode. We didn't actually... Oh, Tiny Cat's back again. Hello, you made me press the wrong button, madam. Guard mode. Oh dear, we got any spaces left? We have not. Sugar. That's a pain in the arse. I might have to make some timers. The guard mode. Hang on, what did I do on Rex? Guard mode. Do. Squeezed in there at the end somehow. What have I got different on Zeke that means I haven't got enough space in that event controller? That. Rev control, turn control, control mode. Oh, have I not put failsafe into Zeke or something? Rex. What have I done differently? Oh, that's what I've done differently. I've not put the failsafe into Rex. That's why. Okay, I need more timers then. Fine. Have I got any more timers in here? I have 2, and they're in the wrong place for this. They're going to be used for something else. Those event controllers only have 9 slots, and that is usually not enough for all the stupid stuff I want to do. Let's build. We'll do 2 of them like that either side. We can have a guard mode on and off and a patrol mode on and off. And then we can fit as many things in there as we like, and I actually don't know why I didn't do this earlier. It would have made more sense to do it this way in the first place. Guard mode on off. And I'm going to go and need to do the same thing to Rex at some point, because he hasn't got any fail-safes in him. Which is a daft little oversight on my part. Okay, right, so we need to update this system a little bit. So we need to split these commands on this side and these commands on this side into 2 timers. So where did we start? But let's see if I can just take some pictures on my phone and make it easier for myself. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that's going to make sense. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, cool. Okay, so let's divide these up into 2 sides. And then we can add in more controls. So, first things first, walk, start is going to trigger. And then it is going to turn off. And walk reset is going to turn off, apparently. And then AI guard control will turn on. AI guard will turn the AI on. Then the... Oh, hey Chad. How you doing, man? What was I doing? AI on. Then head controls turn on. Dum 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 dum. Then... Oh, actually, seeing as we're doing it this way, let's put that bloody failsafe in the right place in the order first, so we can turn that off before we do anything else. Then we'll do this properly. Right, let's start again. Walk start is going to trigger. Then walk start is going to turn off, and then walk reset is going to turn off. Yes, yes. And then AI guard control turns on. The AI turns on. The head turns on. What's that? Any new adjustments to try in order to get Zeke to have more walking traction? I've not got round to that yet. I'm hoping adding a bit more weight to him will decrease his bouncing and hopefully hit him to the floor a bit more. Other than that, I think it might just be to do with the angle of his feet when he is walking forwards. I might have to fiddle around with that a little bit more, but he's not actually walking too bad now. So head is going to turn on, and then we may as well we may as well just finish this bit off here. So rev walk control is going to turn off, and turn control is going to turn off, and that is all the things from the event controller. So then we can add the broadcast control signal, which is going to be transmit number 3. And then we've got to do the off controls. So when we do this, we are doing walk reset on, walk reset trigger, walk start on. AI guard control. In fact, we'll do guard behavior. We'll turn the AI off first, then we'll turn the blocks off. And then we've got weapon systems turning off. And then we've got reverse walking control turning back on. We've got turning control turning back on. And then when all of that is said and done, the patrol mode button can turn back on as well. Cool, that's all of that. So, broadcast control signal number 4. Right. And just in case I have smegged any of that up. Ooh, bouncy. There he goes. Just in case I've messed any of that up, I'm going to copy and paste that. We'll go back to the guard mode controller, and we should, in theory, be able to bin off all of this. That's all good. That's number 1, isn't it? Yeah, that's page 1. Right, that'll do. So then we can select our timers that we've just done. We can have off, off, and on, off, on, off, on, trigger, and off, trigger. Yeah, that's all off. So then when I go to the AI control and turn that on, there we go. Metal Gear Zeke, guard mode online, head online. Guard mode off, head off. There we go. Fantastic. That seemed to work. Right, we need to do the same thing for the patrol controls and rebuild them. Right. Patrol. Just type anything to get that out of my way. Let's take another picture of these controls. So they are basically the same. There we go. That'll do. Right, so patrol mode on. And we got, it was basically exactly the same as what we just did with guard mode. Oh, speaking of guard mode, first things first, that timer can turn off. Then we can do the rest of it. We can... What are we looking for? Walk start trigger. Walk start off. Walk reset off. Oh, wrong thing. Why won't you just let me zoom in on the picture, you stupid phone? There we go. Right, AI patrol controls. That's guard, that's patrol, there we go, that one. Off, off, yeah, that's all correct. Patrol. That can turn on. That can turn AI on. Then we've got the head turning on. Yeah, and then we've got reverse walk turning off, and we've got turn turning off. And then we can do the broadcast controller. There should be signal 5 and signal 6 is this one. So then patrol mode off is going to be walk reset turn on, walk reset trigger now, walk start on, AI patrol control, we're going to do that first, AI off, then the blocks off, then the weapon systems group off, and then the reverse controls can go back on, and turn controls can go back on. And then the guard mode button can turn back on. Sweet. And then finally, broadcast controller, signal number 6. So if I head online, head offline. Oh, idiot, I need to sort out the things. That can all get deleted. Page 1. Cool. Right, so patrol. Off, off. On. Trigger. Patrol mode online, head online. And there he goes, trying to walk off to that location. Patrol mode and head offline. Fantastic. Right, that works. Right, I need to do the same thing to Zeke at some point. Well, that wasn't too difficult. Right, that's been an hour and 45 minutes. My cup of tea is empty, so I'm going to go and get another one. So I'll do the same thing I've done for the last few of these streams. I will get Rex to keep you all entertained for a few minutes. And I will hover in front of him. Where's he going? Why are you not turning toward me, Divvy? There you go. Strange. Why aren't you turning right? Have you turned into Derek Zoolander? Why can't you turn left? Why can't you turn right, you fool? Oh, I see what's going on. Your balance control's being weird. Come here. Why is your balance control not looking at your own beacon? There you go. There we go. He was trying to navigate towards a fixed position. That's why he was fighting it. Right. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to go and get a cup of tea, so don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a few minutes. See you very soon. Right, I am back again. How far did he get? Oh, we made it to the other side. Come on then, you can follow us back. Whee! Right, let's go back to where we were. What's the message? Looting the T-spawner. Dread is a teetotaler. I actually kind of am a teetotaler. I don't drink. Not anymore anyway. I'm an alcohol-free kind of person these days. Hence all the tea. Right. So, what were... Oh, the overlay. What about that? Frosty the Ice Mech was a very chilling thing, with a beacon guide and a turret nose and 2 eyes made out of gold. That was a nice little rhyme. Where is he? Yeah, he's just about off in the distance there. Yeah, like I was saying, the AI blocks, they're actually really good for following stuff. They'll follow you forever across the map, as far as I know. Because he's, what? Over 1.5 kilometers away. And he is quite determined to follow me all the way back here. Right, so, what else are we doing? Oh yeah, other broadcast controls. So, we did up to patrol mode. What am I going to do with that defensive block? Oh, yes. Dum. Defense block. So, when the defense block detects a thing, we've not even remotely set this one up, have we? Ugh, I need Rex to be over here. Because I need to see what's in his defense block. Oh. What did we get? Can I just radio him? Not from that distance, he is too far away. Oh, there we go, good shot. Right, your defense block, what was it doing? It is turning on the AI, the offensive block, turning all the weapons. Oh, and he's doing weird stuff because I'm in his head. And then we need to turn those controls off on that. Fine. Cool. Right, over we go, back to Zeke. Right, defensive block. When you detect an enemy, you are going to turn the offensive block on and off. You are going to turn its AI on and off. You are going to turn our weapon control systems on and off. And what was the next thing? Weapons. Oh yeah, the head. The head controls. You need to turn targeting friends and neutrals off. As they turn on when you turn the head controls on, so we can look at you. Yeah, and then we can do the broadcast controls. So when it detects an enemy, it will play signal 7, and when it loses track of an enemy, it will play signal number 8. Cool. Right, and then the rest of them were for the weapons. So we got Gatling, autocannon, rocket, rail. Gatling on. Yeah, that'll do. So, weapons. Make it look a bit more uniform, a bit easier to spot if I mess it up. So that can be Gatlings on. That can be Gatlings off. And then we're going to have auto cannons. There we go. Oh. Is that the sound of Metal Gear Rex getting too close? It is the sound of Metal Gear Rex getting too close. Jesus. Come on. I really need to set him up with his collision avoidance stuff. Come on, Divvy. Are you stuck? You are! You've managed to get your chin caught around there. Right. Fine. Let's turn off. I'll deal with your shenanigans later. Oh yeah, because I need to... yeah. It's fine. Whatever. Right, so... where were we before Rex interrupted? Auto cannons on would be number 3. Auto cannons off would be number 4. Then we've got rockets on and off will be... let's put it there. Will be 5. And 6. And then rail will be 7 and 8. So rail should do it there. Rail could be 7. And rail off can be 8. So head on and head off. Auto cannons on, auto cannons off. Gatlings on and off. Rocket on and off. And rail on and off. Sweet. Cool. Right, that's those broadcast controllers sorted out. What kind of space have we got left here? We've got 4 blocks left behind me, and then we've actually got a load of... oh, we've got a bit of space. What's... oh, there's a light in the way, that's why. So there's a block down there, and a load of air gap in here. I could actually fill with stuff if I needed to. Yeah, okay. Right, I'm happy with that. I'll bin that one. Make another copy, just in case. Right, I think I'm happy to cut him down now permanently and just have him off the building mount. Also do with cleaning up some of this rubbish. Ah, there we go. Right, I am quite happy with how he is working so far, so we'll blueprint him as well. Probably about time that I made a decent blueprint of him. The seat compartment shard was kind of an afterthought because I was originally intending to make him fully AI, and then I thought I might as well put a control seat in as well. So I kind of just went with the space that I had to work with. But to be honest, I usually don't really make internal cockpits bigger than that. I like to try and box the control seat in with all the functional stuff as much as possible. I usually have some kind of 3x3 display in front of the seat, and then I usually stick all the turret controllers down the sides. To be honest, it's actually a little bit larger than what I'd usually do, because I've got this gap here which I often don't have. Sometimes I set the displays a little bit further forward, but I didn't really have the room to play with. But yeah, I'm quite happy with that so far. I just need to work out what I'm going to put in the back there. But we can jump into there, and then we've got our targeting information, our HUD for what it's worth, and power and stuff. See, it's still very slidey. Oh, it doesn't help that I locked your bloody knees. I'll just do it all in one from here. I locked them, didn't I? Because they were jiggling about. There we go. He's not doing too bad. Zeke still walks faster though. Still not quite sure what the difference is. Let's reset your balance controls. Where are they? There we go. Rex. There we go. Hello, Happy Monkey 68. Cheers, man. Yeah, because Rex can get up to like 9 meters a second when he's behaving well. And again, I have done the feet slightly differently on Rex. Let's turn. Come here. Stop it. No. Need to settle his collision avoidance. Oh yeah, because I have actually done the feet slightly differently, haven't I? How have I done that? What have I done with that one? Oh, it's facing backwards and forwards. That might be part of the issue. Yeah, you know what? Let's bin him. Let's go back to the drawing board temporarily. And then let's just change just pop it there, just so I can tell the difference between the beacons a little bit easier. And let's sort out your balance control again. So that's going to have to be that beacon. There you go. Right, let's... what do we do with his foot? That's actually got one central right in the middle. There is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 block gap, and then another one like that. I think that's what I've done, but I've just done the pads on his feet differently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, evenly spaced across the hinge. Center 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Let's copy that. Let's see if this foot design makes much of a difference. Let's chop them off. Chop them and them off. That there, that there, that's there, that's there, and then what did I do with that central footpad? It is one block back from there. Which way round is it? Little grey bits pointing in towards the foot. Yeah, okay. Right, let's see what that's like. Oh, where's me modded wheels? Is that my wheel mod? No, that's a regular wheel. Where's my wheel mod? There it is. So, one block back isn't a thing. Unless I extend the foot a little bit, which is easily done. And chop that out. Grey bit into the middle. That out. Grey bit into the middle. One of them. Will you let me paste that on there? Yes, you will. Right, let's try that on there. All those settings. Paste that. And paste that. Oh no, 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 oh no, I'm an idiot. I put it too far back. Yeah, I've put it too far back. Doesn't need to go that far. Needs to go one block further in. Right. That can come out. Mirror mode can go off so I can see what I'm doing. That can go like that. That can go like that. And we'll try it again, hopefully. Yes. And yes. And that should be easily covered up. Yeah, it will be. Cool, just paste that back in there, that back in there. Right, let's do a test run of that. Now he should have exactly the same foot layout as Rex. Rex walks really well for the shape of him. Nope, that's the wrong one. That one. Okay. To show up, whatever. Oh yeah, and then the leg hinges, I keep forgetting to unlock them. Right. Okay, there is something about that foot design that seems to be the key to that. He's still bouncing a bit more than I like, but he is now getting up to 7 meters a second. And he was struggling with 3 meters a second 10 minutes ago. That's much better. Yeah, there's definitely something about that particular foot layout that's the trick with this design. Yep, that has made a massive, massive, massive difference. Sweet, okay. Center of mass is quite far back though now, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's a good thing he's got AI balance keeping him upright. Don't really want to have to adjust his resting position. So, yeah, that'll do. I'm happy with that for now. Right, in that case, you can stay, and you can go. You seem to have solved the foot problem. I keep forgetting to change the time settings on this map as well. I need to set it to be longer. Oh, right, I think there was also another thing I forgot, or did and then messed up. Yeah, I did. I completely forgot about it. Head panel hinges, that's the one. I forgot to set these up. So, what I want to do is when the head targets something, I want the head panel flaps to move back and forth I think it was 5 and -5. I'll do it the same thing for both of them. So that can be set velocity 5 and set velocity -5. So I then turn the head controls on. You want to target me? No. Fine. You want to look at Zeke? Rex? Whatever. There you go. When he targets something, flap close in. Yeah, that's what I wanted them to do. And on that note, when the head turns off, I want all of those head panel hinges to open back up again as a failsafe, so that can be set to -5. So when we turn the head off, or if we turn the head on, and he's targeting something and they've closed in, we turn it off again, they all reset. And don't stay stuck. Cool. Sweet. Oh, hi Tybor. What's that? Zeke could pass for a human now. Yeah, now he has 5 toes. Sort of. They're in a bit of a weird configuration. What about the combination? Hot, adult round, should be heels. Oh, that message might be a bit late. To be honest, the way we've got the feet set up now seems to be doing the trick. More or less. Still a bit bouncy, but he's picking up speed better. Definitely picking up speed better. Okay then. Well, those feet are working pretty well. Right, what other things were on the beginning of Rex's toolbar? We had a control systems on and off button. Control systems on and off. That was to turn the whole thing on and off, wasn't it? What did I do there? It was just the walk controls and the turn controls. And the pilot seat displays for the turn on, and the turn off is all the walk controls, pressing the wrong buttons. Walk lights off, all of the weapons off. Walk reset on and trigger. All that stuff off, all that stuff off, all that stuff off. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. That's the kind of the idea I had with it, was the flaps sort of focusing in when it spots a target. And mostly just because I like to make moving parts. I can't remember if Zeke actually does anything like that, but I like making moving parts, so my one is going to do that. Right, so this control system is on and off. Right, what else is involved in that? We've got a sign for it. I don't think I've got any signs left in... Oh yeah, because I had way more space in this one. Yeah, we'll figure something else out for Zeke. Hang on, do we have a pilot seat control for Rex? I can't remember. It's all offline. Do I jump in? Jump out. Oh yeah, there's definitely those controls for that. Not you. Not the old version. Right, so... I'm not going to be able to see it, but I'm going to stick a screen behind me. I'm going to stick one of the inset ones there, and then we can figure out something to stick in there later. Oh, in fact, I know exactly what can go in that gap. We can just finish this off with the control systems on and off controls. So, we'll have that sign there. We'll have an event controller for it. I might leave those gaps because I've got some spare timers over here. Haven't I? Do I have any spare event controllers? No, just the one that I've just built. Ooh. Bum bum bum. With the way SE calculates damage, would it be possible to build a jumping mech that could land back down without breaking its feet? It kind of is. If you use suspension blocks, they are amazingly resilient. They basically take 0 damage, even in like full damage survival world. Because something about the suspension blocks makes the attachment take 0 damage. And it's the same with the vanilla ones, so you can make them, you can drop them from a fairly decent height without the feet exploding. Like if you ever want to make like a drop-capable vehicle, just stick a load of suspension blocks on the bottom of it. In most cases, it will keep it safe. Unless you land on a craggy bit and some bits go in between. Yeah, so that's that. I'm gonna need timers anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna need timers anyway, so ooh dear. Keep doing that every single time. Because we're too close to the back. So let's just put some timers in there anyway, because we are going to need them. So that can be controller, control, systems, on, off. That can be control systems on, that can be control systems off. What did we call all of these things? Too close. Oop. Too close. I just call them displays. Display control systems online. We'll call that for now. And then we can use one of those leftover timers as the on-off switch. So where are they? One there, and there's one there. We'll use that one. Control systems on, off. So we'll have that display. So yeah, you can do mechs with jetpacks, and then have them with like suspension feet to protect them when they land. That is pretty much exactly how my MAU, mobile assault unit mechs that I did recently work. They've got a load of subgrid thrusters so they can fly, and then they've got my rotor suspension mod as the feet, so that they can land and skid without smashing themselves to pieces. That was that, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll do that. So, control systems on. The first thing that was going to do was turn on all of our walk controls. So that stuff should be off by default, so it should only really be that. That and that need turning on. Reverse controls, that can turn on. They should be good. They can stay on. That can turn on. Then we've got turn controls that we need to turn on. I think it was something like that, wasn't it? A quick look at Rex. Control systems on. Yeah, so it was walk, override, all of our walk stuff and the AI stuff, but we haven't got separate thrusters for AI on Zeke, so that's fine. Turn controls, and then cockpit displays and any heat vents. We could probably add some more heat vents just for the detail. So, control system is on. Did that. Control systems power on. Targeting on. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Or that one. That one. We've only actually got 3 displays in this one. So that'll do. And then it was just heat vents. So that's that for that. And then in the reverse, we turn off all the walk, we turn off all the turn. Make sure both the turn lights are off, and we reset that rotor, which I need to rename turn rotor, or have I forgotten something? I have, that's still set to balance rotor. So may as well do that now. Turn off all the screens, walk reset, walk lights, all off. Right, okay. Sweet. Dum 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 dum. Turn rotors are at the front. Right, these gyros. I've got two groups of them and I've messed them up. Yeah, right, so all these ones are actually turn gyros. And I'm not going to bother with numbers. I'll just do that. Because it's less faffing about. I've got too many of them to be asked which number's which. That will make things make a little bit more sense. Right, so turn controls are all labelled properly. Right, and that's the turn rotor. Right, cool. So, control systems off. That is going to turn that off. That's all off anyway. They can turn off. Rev, that's not a word. Reverse. That can turn off, and that can turn off. Then we've got our turn controls. So we can turn both of them off. We can turn all the associated thrusters off. We can reset the velocity on that, just in case we, for some reason, turn it off mid-turn. And we can turn both of those lights off. Right, what was after that? That's all of that. Turning all the weapon signs off and any active systems. Yeah, turn the patrol modes off, the guard modes off, the heads, the cameras, all the stuff. And then activate the walk reset. And then turn the leg lights off. Right, cool. So, weapons, walk reset. System off. So, signs? Nope. Displays. Not that one, not that one. That one. Oh, hang on, let's turn off the guard mode and patrol mode signs first, because them turning off might turn off the weapons anyway. And I need to change the designations on these to make it a bit more distinct what's what. Right, that can turn off. 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 And that can turn off. And then it was walk, reset, on and trigger, and then walk, lights. What have we got? Forward light, walk light, stop lights. They can stay on. These can all turn off, I think. Let's just double check, make sure I've got the right thing. System off, what was it? Forward light, reverse light, leg lights. Yep, that's fine. And then it's our cockpit displays, and then it's any peripheral stuff like lights and heat vents and things like that. Cool. Right, let's sort that out first. So, they're not displays, they are signs. They are indicating stuff rather than displaying information. Or at least that's the kind of logic I use in my head. So sign, 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 and there's a space missing there. Right, cool. That makes more sense to me. Right, systems off. We can now turn off just the displays. Off and off and off. Then we have not that one, not that one. Those are all weapons. We've not actually built any spotlights on Zeke at all. Because Rex has got them built into his head. Those ones are to indicate the weapons are on, but those ones are for actually illuminating stuff. So let's try and squeeze some spotlights into Zeke somewhere. Where could I fit some spots? Ooh, hang on. One of the pictures I've got, he's kind of got a little circular thing either side, there and there. I think I might pop a spotlight in there. And I think I might fill the gap in with that. So it's got a slightly different texture behind it. So where's my spotlight gone? There we go. We have that. Let's do it that way so the signs are tucked into the side a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Then he can have some spotlights in his head, like Rex does. I just called those headlights, didn't I? Cool. Right, that'll do me. So that can be headlight L01, copy all. That can be R01. Dum 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 dum, headlights. Where are you? There you are. Anything I need to change on there? No, I'm pretty happy with that. They, however, are going to turn on and off when we activate the head. Yeah, we'll stick them in there. Headlights, so that can turn on and on. Headlights off. Or just put them in there. Off and off. And then in the control systems off as a failsafe, we can stick them off and off. Oh, hey someone. How you doing, man? Turn the head on. Now we turn the head off. Cool. Yeah, because I think that's how I did it on Rex. If I jump into Rex, turn his head on. Oh no, I didn't set it up like that, did I? Oh, I think I set it up to turn them on automatically when the AI activates. That's the one. Oh, and I've done this differently, so it's going to be slightly different. AI guard, AI. Let's control, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Oh, yeah, it's going to be that, isn't it? Because I did some things differently. Yes. Yeah. Which I could have avoided if I just set up some proper timers. So I'll have to come back to that. So, when we turn the head on and off, we don't want those lights to come on automatically. We will actually set them up to be an AI function, and we're going to have manual control of them on the toolbar. Oh, hey, angry drunk opossum. Metal Gear, the revolution of warfare, it is indeed. Unfortunately, trying to get these things to launch compact nukes is a little beyond my skill. Can't make a decent missile small enough to mount to one of these. So I'm using railguns instead, next best thing. So, what the hell are we doing? Oh yeah, guard mode on. We are going to activate those when the AI kicks in. We are going to deactivate them when the AI is turned off. And we should probably put those tags on there as well. I'll make that make a bit more sense. Capital lock on, control mode on, and off. We'll do the same thing here. We'll have the headlights turn on and have the headlights turn off. Cool. Someone, sorry for the delay, but you've been doing quite alright. I'm good, man. I had a job interview today that I'm hoping I will get, as it'll be a decent amount of money. Other than that, I'm just chilling and waiting for the new Space Engineers update. Hopefully be soon. Hopefully. I've got ideas for a new survival series, and it relies on some of the things they've teased in those in the new update teasers. So I'm waiting for that to come out before I start playing around with a new survival series. Right, so what else did we do then? We did systems off, didn't we? So that turned them off. Oh, you still got us, stupid. yellow block down there that we don't need. Right, let's think about more greebles. Because we've got almost all the bits in place that we need now. Right, let's finish setting up this control systems button before I start getting distracted with that. So, control systems is going to be block switched on and off. It is going to be that sign. There we go. Oh, hey Thornmore, how are you doing, man? Just this past Monday. You also had an interview. What are the chances? Yeah, cheers, man. I do hope we both get lucky. Fingers crossed for the both of us, eh? So, control systems sign, on and off. And then control system block. So, off, off, on, trigger and trigger. And then it's going to be difficult for me to see what I'm doing with that sign when it's behind my head. So, we'll come down here and sort this out. Hey, fingers on toes crossed, mate. I could do with a new job. I could do with some more money. Right. Text and images. We'll go with size 3 for now. I'm not quite sure what I did with the other one. So I'll just do control systems online. Yeah, that'll be fine. Make that the same green I like to use. Center. Somewhere like that for now. We'll line it up better once we've got that in place. 23 is usually about right. Cool, so that is now the sign and the control for our control systems turning on and off. So if I flick that off, bunch of controls turn off. But I think I need to add in I need to add in all of those timers so that I can't activate stuff when he's supposed to be turned off. I think I've forgotten to do that on Rex. If I turn his control systems off, I can still trigger that head apparently. Yeah, I forgot to do that with Rex because I'm a fool. Right, so systems online. Other things we need to turn on are most of this stuff. So we've got auto cannons. We'll leave the decoy system. We'll deal with that in a minute. Gatling guns. Head. Rail cannon. Rear camera. Rocket launcher. And then we can have guard mode and patrol mode. And then we can have the... Oh no, they have their own separate control. They can stay right where they are. Right, sound, okay. And then when we turn it off... No, I'm going to move them in a bit. Probably going to need the space. So, auto cannons off. None of the decoys. Gatlings. Head. Rail cannon. Camera. Rocket. Guard. Patrol. Oh, hey, Geek Gaming. How goes the build? It's going very well. He's walking pretty well. His AI controls seem to work. Mostly just finishing him off now, preparing to start the next build. What's that you're saying, Chad? It's okay if the next update is still ways off. There's still so many things that can be done in Mech Yard. To be honest, I want the update to come as soon as possible because I want to incorporate some of the new stuff into Mech Yard. Those tiny oxygen bottles look pretty appealing. But yeah, to be honest, I'd rather the update hurry up. So I can get to work on it. Because like I've said in previous streams, I'll get into the swing of like doing some cool new thing, and then right as I'm like publishing it and putting it on Steam, they'll release a new update that revolutionizes the game again, and loads of my hard work will be defunct. So I'm waiting this time. If there wasn't an update looming, I'd probably publish these things fairly soon, but knowing that there's one coming, I'm holding off until the update comes. And we'll see what that does for the game. Because like I said, last time, when the Contact update came out, I was right in the middle of figuring out how to get rotors and hinges to stop in particular positions. And right as I'd figured that out, the update, the Contact update added the new set to angle and set velocity and set things actions for rotors and hinges, and 3 months of work went in the bin overnight. And I'm not getting burned again, so I'm waiting a little bit. I'll get a few of these Metal Gears on the go, and then when the new update comes, I can update all of the Metal Gears and then publish them in one big batch. And there'll be like 3 or 4, hopefully, all getting released at once. And hopefully across both platforms. Because I know how Xbox likes to mess people about when it comes to updates and expansions with their ridiculous overzealous checking system they have now. And there's always a big disparity between the PC updates getting released and the console versions getting released. It seems like Microsoft just take forever to authorize things properly. Right, so that's still activated. Should have a button here now that works, hopefully. Turn that on. There we go. Right, we can just about see the sign behind my head. Right, so if I turn that off, I should now not be able to activate the head or the weapons. Cool. That's the way it should work. And I also can't activate the AI modes. Cool. Right. Turn it back on. I can't actually tell from the outside that that is turned on. Maybe we need some kind of visual indicator that the control system is on and off, because from in here I've got that behind me and I can see that springing into life. But from outside there's no obvious difference. Ooh. Let's put pretty light up here. I wish we had some kind of circular light. Like, about the same size as a camera, but a light. A spotlight's a bit much. I don't need a 100-meter beam shooting into the air. And the rotating light's a bit much. They're offset, and yeah. With the new small O2 tank. It just means that I'd be more inclined to do space orientated mechs, because I like the things I build to be at least sort of semi-usable in a survival scenario. And currently, as we all know, the only unmodded small grid tank we have is huge. It is massive, and putting that into a compact mech like a Armored Core or a Gundam style thing is just excessive. You'd never need that much oxygen, not unless you were living in the bloody thing. Whereas if you just want it to be like a mech that you can fly out of your ship and do a little excursion in, you only need something small. And the small hydrogen tanks are perfectly reasonable. I've built plenty of hydrogen-powered mechs and drones and things with them. But the O2 bottle's the O2 tank's just way too big. Whereas that new one that we've seen in the teaser trailer looks like it's a 2x1 block. So it's tiny, which means you could squeeze loads of them in if you needed it, or just have a few if you only needed like half an hour's worth of oxygen or whatever they might hold. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of excited for the small O2 tanks, because I want to do more space stuff. But for instance, where is one of these? Like my mobile assault mech. I want to do something like this that is space-worthy, but to get one of these tanks in takes up so much room that it would almost certainly replace a really vital system. I mean, it's the same size as a large grid reactor. It's just too damn big. Whereas with the if they are 2x1 blocks like they look like, then I could easily squeeze some of them in here. I could like take out one of these hydrogen tanks here and squeeze them in there, or I could design the arms differently and build a tank into there, or you know what I mean, with them being like a 2x1 block, there's so many options to just tuck them in to places. I could even put a conveyor route through there and tuck a couple of O2 bottles into his shoulder pads, but that's just not possible with those big ones. What's that? Luke of the Guide would look at mechanics mechs and be like, yeah, no, this won't work in survival. Oh yeah, none of the mechs I build are even remotely sensible to have on a server. They will explode. I've actually been doing a bit of experimenting with some community server stuff and building mechs in them, and even the little ones like my scrap walkers, even they have a tendency to go boom once in a while just with server clanginess. So yeah, none of this stuff's even remotely reasonable really for multiplayer. It's all just my own amusement and single player nonsense, to be honest. Yeah, I'm kind of glad they look like they're really small. like smaller than the H2 tanks. Like the small H2 tanks are alright, but having like proper tiny O2 tanks will be really cool. Again, it'll make a big difference to how people design fighter ships, because again, everybody's fighter ship is usually a cockpit block, which are quite chunky anyway, and then the next thing you've got to do is worry about your oxygen supply, which is this becking great big thing. So, yeah, it'll be cool when that stuff turns up, hopefully. Oh yeah, right, we were thinking about visual indicator. What am I on? I'm 3 hours. I'll do at least another hour. It's only 9 o'clock where I am. So we wanted some kind of visual indicator from the outside so that we actually know whether we've turned on the control systems. I think I'm just going to go with that for now. Metal Gear Zeke. Roll systems. Light. And we'll just make it cyan. We'll give it the lowest radius because I don't like it shining too bright and too far. And we'll make it blink so it's more obvious. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'll have it on 50% blink so that in the dark you can see that's online. Control systems online. Stick it there, and we will back to the beginning. No, I'll just stick it there. System light off. What you're saying? Hydrogen doesn't have 2 atoms. I'm dumb. Move the 2 out of there. What about the exhaust pipe? It has several options like smoke and electricity. Yeah. I like to use, though, in fact, I might put some of them on the rail cannon, actually. I like to use the exhaust pipes as sort of a reactive decoration. So, like when something's charging, I like to stick them on with the electricity effect. Or when I've built like cannon systems, I like to have it with the flame effect, so it's like flame shooting out the back. So I might add some of them to the rail gun. So now if I turn the control systems off, that light turns off. Most things are off. Can't activate any of that. All that, all that, all that, all that, all that. That's all good. Turn it back on. Everything comes back online. Cool. And then we can continue walking. Cool, right. So, let's think about some more greebling. What else can we do with this thing? What have we got to work with? That's a 3-block gap, isn't it? Ooh, I know what I can do. There's a few little details I can squeeze in here. Put mirror mode back on. Yeah, that'll do like that. What else can we squeeze in there? What other little details can there be? Have a look at some of these reference pictures. Yeah, now there's all kinds of stuff. Pardon me. There's all kinds of stuff up the sides of these, but I've mostly got them covered with that, so it's a bit difficult to see. Neon light tubes. I might do something like that. Yeah, I might do something like that. In these gaps here, like wiring or something. I quite like that idea, Chad. Let's go with a more distinct colour though. Let's have something red. What gives the best? What texture gives the best kind of glow? Doesn't really matter, does it? We'll just go with that. What kind of thing could we do with these shapes? Oh yeah, I do like those pieces. Let's... armor panels of different shapes to break it up. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing some pattern stuff with some armor blocks. No, I'm just going to stick some stuff in like that. Still, very rarely use that. I've still not found... It's a really cool shape, I've just never really found anything to use it for. Keep it like that for now. Just keep it simple. I do. Wish we had more cable-y looking things. Because these are good, but actually, I want to replace that middle one with that because it's got that little extra detail, hasn't it? Let's take that out. That in there for now. We'll do another one here. Where was that end piece? There it is. Oh yeah, I forget that they actually move them about. Yeah, let's go like that for now. Oh yeah, that was the one thing that I wanted to do, was those spiky bits on the feet. He's got these big spiky bits at the bottom of his toes. Now, Rex has got a similar thing, but because of the way the foot was designed, I had to mount them on the front of the foot instead. But his legs are slightly different. His feet are slightly different. And that's a 2x1 angle. Oh, can I get away with doing more irresponsible things with hinges? I'll cut that out. I cut that out, put that block there. Not that one, that one. And then I do something like that. Then we can grab some button panels. I don't like. Hate that yellow bit on hinges. Okay, what if we take one of them, cover that yellow colour that winds me up, and move that back a bit. And then we can stick buttons like that on. Perhaps. Actually, a little bit longer than that. Maybe we could also extend it a little bit with not that. That's too much. I'd really like some 1x1 variants, or just different sizes and shapes and small grid of these truss blocks. That'd be brilliant. Right, let's angle that a bit more sensibly. So if we do it something like... I think it's 27 degrees actually, isn't it? You place the button stand thingy down in the open, not connected to anything, and then button paste it onto the hinge by cutting the button where you... yeah, I could also do that. I do use that trick sometimes for certain things. But the back of it in general isn't enough to cover it properly a lot of the time. That will absolutely get smashed to pieces. That actually needs to extend out further. So let's put one of those on the end of each of them. I'll copy that, paste that onto there. It needs to not get smashed to pieces by the foot. The foot's going to tip real far back. So if we do that, and that, and that, and then maybe just put the button straight on there. Nah, let's make it come down a bit further. I've used heavy armor blocks there because I'm an idiot. I don't want heavy armor on it. That'll be too much. All the hinges a little bit. Yeah. Do that and that. And do a bit of armor around the side of it. Then we could have some buttons there that could actually be the functional buttons we'll use. Yeah, maybe tipping back a little bit further. Or it might just need to not come down as far as that. And then that's got a little bit sticking up at the top. Like that sort of thing. What happens when... Oh, that's very close. That is very close. That might be... Oh, what am I stuck on? There we go. That might be a little bit too close. Yeah, that's clanging. Let's mount it higher up then. Yeah, that wasn't happy at all. Looked cool, but it's just in a bit of a dodgy spot. Now let's try mounting them a little bit higher up. When we do, we have one of them, one of them. That was attached to there, well that's going to clip straight through the foot. I might not be able to do this. At least not the way I want to. Ugh. That's annoying, because when I make it come out another block, it's just going to look daft. It'll be sticking out way too far. Way too far. Meh. What if we tip that back further? What if we just make it 45 degrees it's not clanging. Okay, might do that. Might try that instead. Well, that looks like when we walk. Nope. Doesn't look like it's scrubbing. Yeah, okay. I think that might work. Right, this hinge, what are we going to do with it? I'm going to call it a toe hinge. L02. We will set it to 500,000, not 5 million, doesn't need that much. And then we'll set that to 27, because I'm thinking about maybe making that move in step with the walk cycle. And so we'll leave it like that for now. In fact, we'll add the correct tag to the beginning, copy all, copy, paste, and then that can be a guard mode button, and that can be a patrol mode button, and they can actually be functional. Alright, so let's do the same thing here. We had them mounted like that. Hold that. That can be R01. That can be R02. Yeah, that'll do. And then what did we do? We just did a cylinder, whatever it's called, cylindrical column. And then a button thing. Yeah. Looks like it's got enough room not to scrub. Oh yeah, let's cover up the back of these suspension blocks. Let's actually do it. Can we do it with a bit of detail? Or is that... No, I think that might be a bit too risky for scrubbing. Let's just do it with an armour panel. Where are the flat ones? There they are. One of them there. One of them there. And which way around did I do them? Skinny pipe at the top. That way. That way. That would probably help. Do something like that. Yeah, cool. Oh, hey Dark Matter, how you doing, man? Yeah, because I can't really make them much longer, otherwise they'll smack into the floor. They're already precariously close to the ground. Yeah, okay. Right, we will turn that back on. Reset the legs. You know what, for the sake of symmetry, do that. And I'm going to do that. Now I'm sure Rex has a fail-safe. I turn those on and off. Yeah, he does. The other buttons deactivate. How did I do that? Did I do something in there? Nope. What did I do with that? It's part of that patrol mode control thing, isn't it? And it's... yeah, it's irrelevant because I've done it a better way on here. So, what we need to do is... quick names. Guard button. Left. Patrol button left. Guard button right. And timer. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm pretty good. I'm just chilling and continuing to build this robot. He's actually not far off being done. Kind of at the finishing touches stage. And then I'm going to start another one. Maybe this, not this weekend, maybe next weekend I'll start another Metal Gear while we wait for the new update. But yeah, I've mostly just been chilling. Right, so when guard mode... Oh, hello Tiny Cat, you're back again. Right, let's sort out these buttons. Guard mode button L01. It's a bit neater. Guard mode button R01. Patrol. Patrol mode button L01 and patrol mode button right. Yep, come on. That then. Attention seeking, madam. Right, that's that. Button name. Let's get rid of the trigger now. What is it, madam? I'm in the middle of doing a stream. Bad time to come and scrounge for attention. Right, that's both of them. You can do the same thing with the guard buttons. take that out and take that out. What's that, dark matter? You're just waiting for your game to download. It's been downloading for 24 hours and still has an hour left. Oh god. What are you downloading? And why on earth is it taking that long? That's horrible. Then again, I've had really bad internet at times and it's taken me a full day to download something. I want to get some new games. I'm a bit skint for games at the moment. I haven't really got the money. Right, so guard mode on. When guard mode on activates, we are going to turn off the patrol mode buttons. As well as deactivating patrol mode itself. We'll turn the two buttons off. And when guard mode deactivates, we can turn the patrol mode buttons back on again. And same vice versa with patrol mode. Rocket League. You have no idea you've had to factory reset your PlayStation because it hasn't. Oh yeah, one of my brothers plays on PlayStation, and he occasionally has to do such things. Oh, she's gone again. Goodbye, tiny cat. Yeah, I know a few people have had that issue with PlayStation Network. Right, so this is patrol mode, so we want to turn off the guard mode buttons. Turn them off and off, and then when that turns off, we can turn them back on again. I just want to check guard mode to make sure I did it properly. Yes, I did. From the look of it. So if I run over here and activate guard mode, patrol mode buttons have turned off and can't be triggered while while guard mode is active. Turn that off, activate patrol mode, and he will go off on his merry way. Right, let's get ahead of him. Oop. Stop. That's a point. I can hear that sensor beeping. Yeah, I forgot to turn you off. There we go. That sensor is set up correctly, so that's fine. Right, okay. We managed to get them on, and I don't think they're clanging too much. Hinges sometimes have issues when they're side up against other blocks, but see how that works for the moment. Right, what other details can we get into this thing? What else is on these pictures? Ooh. Oh, that's a detail I've missed. Apparently, looking at some of these pictures, there's another one of these little panel sections down here. Let's see if we can do something like that. I don't need it to stick out as far as that, because it's not going to be mounted on there. We do it with... Oh yeah, we did it with loads of them, so I had quite a few connection points. Did I really not put one in the middle? When I can very obviously get one in the middle. That's stupid. Right, well that can go there for a start. why I didn't do that to begin with. Yeah, it looks a bit more secure. Right, okay, let's go with that idea. So, whereabouts is it? It's about here. There's also, like, something like a neon tube across the knee as well. Yes, there is a few things like that. There's also... Oh, I might not be able to do that. There's also, like, a little bit of white armor paneling around here as well I might be able to tuck in. Let's try and sort out this panel first. Let's not have mirror mode, because it's only got it on the outside of the leg, not on the inside. Let's do that and that. Yes, that's a block, and then TB1 base, that's a block, and then TB1 base. Right, cool. That looks about right. And then, what did we do with the other one? We had a bunch of them around it like that, didn't we? Yes. We did, and we didn't put one there because it sticks out a bit. Right, okay, that's fine. That makes some kind of sense. So I'll do that there. That's got a bit of extra mass and a bit of extra support. A few extra connection points. Yeah. Right, and then the picture that I've got with the yellow feet. They have a yellow top to them and a sort of white lower section. Okay. Alright, let's grab the yellow panels then. If I work this way around, like the reference picture, it might be a little bit easier to figure out. So, if we go with... Yeah, it's actually pretty much following the dimensions of the foot. Do I do that and that? That. That. What are my options here? Do that. And then here I can do that, and I can do that. And then it looks like changes to the white colour. And then it flips its orientation round. Oh no, it actually looks like it turns into a triangular shape rather than the slope shape. Where's the triangle? There it is. Something like that. Then maybe some more squares. Another triangle. Another square. Let's go for one of the slopes. Maybe? Yeah. Maybe like that. Maybe it wants to come a block further back, actually. Let's do another block back. Let's do like that. And then like that. might be a bit too long, but not too bothered. And then that... that curves back in. I really, really wish we had a triangular tip like that. So I might go with that. No. That's not going to quite look right. Let's try that. Where are those two triangles? Oh, that's triangle shape. Is that there? Is that there? That looks a little bit too much to me. Yeah, I might keep it simple. And just do something like that. Definitely take us in a bit though. I want to try and get that detail in there. I'll take that off. You can see that. That was part of the problem last time. So if I do that instead, do that and that maybe, or that and that. Yeah, that was about as close as I was going to get. Yeah, that looks about as close as I'm going to get to the reference picture. Ooh, maybe. I'll take that out and replace it with a regular triangle. What does that look like? That looks a little bit closer, actually. Cool, right, I need to replicate that the other way around. On the other side, so where did I start? I started with that, and it was 4 of them, and out from there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the slope tips on there. Match that. And then 2 white squares underneath them. And 2 white triangles. And then another white square, and then the rest is all... Ah, there's a triangle there as well. So, square there, triangle there, and then the rest is all 2x1 bases. 2 of them with a skinny end touching, 1 of them with a skinny end at the back. Wrong way around. That's that one. That's that one. That's that one. Yeah. Cool. Okay, that's another little detail added. Oh, there's missing all kinds of details. There's apparently some mounted here as well. Because one of the pictures I've got is of a model kit, but it seems to be broken down into various stages. Because the big picture, which is that one at the bottom, doesn't have the panels mounted onto it, but the smaller picture in the bottom right of that one has got them all on. So yeah, he's actually, yeah, he's got a panel here, he actually has a panel here as well, and he's got one here too. Okay, there's lots of details still to build. Cool. Okay, so this one here, this one's going to be interesting. Let's do the same thing again then. I might have to change some of that greebling. I think I'm going to try and mount it here. Yeah, so that. That way. That. Right, so this one is mostly white. In fact, it's entirely white, there's no yellow bits on this one. What does that look like? Well, we'll start with a white panel right in the middle. Now it looks like it actually kind of does something like that, maybe? Maybe a block further back. Let's try that. That. Oh, where have I just put that? There. So, it's so hard to tell with this armor skin. Yeah, so that and that looks about right. And then it gets to there, and then it turns into 2x1 slopes, maybe? The angles are a little bit different because it's a picture versus what I can do with Space Engineers. Where's the 2x1 slopes gone? I keep going past them, don't I? There we go. Actually, it looks like that bit of an optical illusion. It looks like it might actually be that. Few blocks. You know what, let's paint these yellow just so I can actually see what I'm doing. There we go, that's a bit easier to see. Maybe I do need to make out the slopes. That would be there, tip there, that would be there. Let's try the... Slope blocks. Oh, bye bye. There you go. And that could be like that. And then that's going to go up with just regular squares. For a few blocks, in fact, it comes up higher than that. Yeah, okay, I think this looks a bit more like it. That's going to be a strange shape to try and get. That can come up like that a little bit. Then, what am I doing? Panels, regular triangles. That'll do that. That'll do that. That. Yeah, no, we're going to have to use 2x1 slopes, because that's the pattern we've used so far. Otherwise it'll go a squiffy shape. So we do that, and that. I can fill that gap in with squares. Where are they? There they are. There's going to be a pain to replicate on the other side. That looks like it goes up at least one block. Then maybe another. And then a triangle. Yeah, in fact, we can do a triangle. And then potentially some more slopes. Something like that. Yeah, I think that looks alright. That needs a square. There we go. Put that in there. It'll be really difficult to see on that picture, but there is a little thing at the back of his calf section. It looks kind of like that, so we will paint that the correct colour. And we can add some details to it. Where is it? That paint colour there. We do here. Let's put some straight across the middle of that for now. Yeah, and then it's got 2 blocks either side. Yeah, cool. We'll do that. That looks pretty good. Oh, right. I need to do the other side now. So what is it? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 squares high. Right. No. Which way is the pattern on them? Facing up. Go with that then. Not changing them. 1, 2, and next 2 are above it. Three and 4. And then it's got another one there. Then we switch to the white colour, or the plain armour colour. We have three across the top, two underneath, and the rest is all triangles and slopes. Right, so we'll start there. There is a 2x1 slope coming off the front of that. There's a 2x1 slope base there. Yep. There's a base tip there. That goes there. And there's that. And that. Yeah, then we finish that bit off with that. Yeah, that's the one. And we've got a triangle and some more slopes on the top of here. Now that can go there, that can go there. And where's the triangle gone? There it is. Yeah, groovy. Cool, right. What other details have we got? We've got more armour panels on these legs than I realised. Right, there's also something up here on the knee. So I'm going to replace that side and put it back the way it was. I'll leave the ones on the inside, because there isn't the armour panelling there. That's not... Oh, smag. Oh, you know what, who cares? It's probably not going to clang. Right, okay, so this armour panel is hanging out down here. Where should we mount it from? Now, how much further down is it hanging? Yeah, let's do it there. Let's see what that looks like. It does hang down, overlapping that knee a little bit from what it looks like. Some of them. And some of them. And then again, this one doesn't have any yellow details on it, according to the picture I've got. But this one does, apparently. I might have missed that, so... Oh, hey Marcus. Back from your last meeting of the day. Fantastic. In just in time to catch me greebling the crap out of this thing and trying to add as many interesting details as I can. I hope your meetings weren't too boring. Right, so this one is... Oh, look at some of the little pictures. Yeah. Might actually be mounted slightly further back. Let's put it a block further back, so let's do it there instead. Yeah, that'll do. Scaff block. Let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. Let's go for that colour so I can see what I'm doing for 5 minutes. It's easier to see. And that's about 4 hours, so I'm probably going to wrap this up in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. But we'll get these last set of panels on the legs, because 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yeah, these will be the last set of armour panels for the legs, so I'll get these done. And we'll do a bit more testing, and then I'll probably call it a day on this stream. So, what have we got? We've got that, and that, and that. We'll call it that. Oh, hello, tiny cat, you're back again. Come on. So, yeah, we'll call that and that. This is basically straight across the bottom for quite a few blocks. And then that basically looks like a 2x1 slope all the way back. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would actually reach to that. If I do it like that, I can get a little bit of extra height out of it, so let's do it like that. 1. No, why would you put it there? So something like that. Let's find those square blocks again. There they are. Like that. Yeah, that's about right. And then I was thinking of sticking each of the half blocks across the bottom so it overlaps a little bit, but not too much. And then this end. You know what, actually let's try out the 2x1 slopes all the way back there. Yeah, I can do that like that. And then at the front end, it's more 2x1 slopes going the other direction. Then it might be some more squares. It might actually be... Oh no, it's the right angle. It might just stick out a bit further. Oh no, actually, we'll do that. Do that, do that, and then, oh yeah, we're too far down. Bum 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 bum. What could I do? You know what? I might just do that. That looks more like a picture, but okay, then all that. What if we try a regular triangle here? Where are they? There they are. Regular triangle. That goes there. No, that's not coming out far enough then. Yeah. We're going to have to make some concessions then. We'll go back to that and that. We'll do... What we do. Not press that button. We will... add another half plate there. Maybe. Stick another tip on there. We can fill that in with more squares. And we'll just do that for the tip. That's about as good as it's going to get without doing some really awkward shapes. So I think, yeah, we'll go with that. Actually, before we paint it, let's leave it that colour so I can see what I'm doing on the other side. And make it easy for myself. So 1, 2, 3. 5 across from the middle. Okay, that's easy enough. Yeah, cool. Bum, where is it? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath that. Going towards the back. And then one more right on the top. Just here. Then 2 by 1 slopes either side of the top. And then it was some tips and some half blocks. Cool. Right, that can go there. That can go there. That can go there. Where are the half plates? There they are. That can go to the back, and then we can carefully paint this thing white, because it's really easy to aim through the armor plates because they're so skinny. Right, what kind of little bit of detail can we put on there? That's exactly what I meant. Really easy to paint through these things by mistake. Do that for now. try not to paint anything else by mistake. There we go. Ugh. Right. There we go. Okay, that seems to be all the armour paneling for the legs that it requires. Ooh, I could even add a little bit more support. If I stick some of these into the corners of those scaffold blocks. And it also looks quite cool. Would have been a smarter idea to do this first, but I didn't have the idea 20 minutes ago. Yeah, that's all of that one. That's all of that one. That's all of that. Yeah, that looks a little bit nicer as well, I think. Yeah, cool, right. So, I think I might end this stream with another little dummy fire weapons test. Oh yeah, that's that one as well. So I just need to check that Zeke has got ammunition inside him. And then I'll set them up for another little friendly fire scrap. Cool, right. And that's all of them. Did we put any ammunition in this one, or was that all stuff we sorted out last time? Gatling ammo, railgun ammo, he's got rockets. Let's just have a look. Just in case. Take any more of that in? Nope, doesn't want any more of that. Why is that not connected? Oh, is there something I broke something last time, didn't I? And I completely forgot about it. And then I fixed it on the spot, didn't I? What did I do? It was something stupid up here. That's what it was. It was that right there. I put that connector the wrong fucking way round. There we go. Right. Do you need any Gatling ammo? No, you don't. You've taken the autocannon ammo. Let's make sure we've got plenty of that. There we go. He's filling up with autocannon rounds. There we go. Still filling up. Oh no, that's because my inventory is full. Would you like any more missiles? Are you full of rockets? Oh. Your rocket sorter never got set to drain all, did it? I set up everything else, I just didn't do that. There we go, now it's taking in rockets. Right, let's dump all the excess out of my inventory that I don't need. It's all just taking up space for no good reason. Right, let's just check that you have got enough railgun ammo. There's your railguns. Small, small, small. Railgun. Right, there you go. We've got plenty of that. All your ammunitions are full. Sweet. Okie doke. Let's blueprint that with a full complement of ammunition and all of its details sorted out. Let's check on Rex. Why is you? Balance control. Yeah, you are looking at the right one. It's just not showing the thing on the HUD for some reason. Whatever. As long as it's selected the right thing. That's fine by me. Right then, Metal Gear Rex. You full of ammunition. You've got plenty from the look of it. Don't need any autocannon ammo? Oh no, you don't have autocannons. You've only got Gatling guns. Gatling guns. Spawn some into there. Right, he's grabbed what he wants. You need any more rail? Oop, you do need more rail. Let's give you more railgun ammo. Oop, you swallowed that. Give you another. Oh, you literally only wanted one more. Typical. Rockets. Do you need any more of them? Yes, you do. Let's give you more rockets. Where are my rockets? There they are. He was hungry for them. Let's give him some more just to make sure he's full. There we go. Right, they are all full. Back up as well, just in case. Right. Let's get rid of that. Let's take Rex all the way over here, so he doesn't try to shoot the one that's mounted on the wall, on the stand, rather, or that little outpost that I've made to control him with. Drop him there, he'll start spinning to some random location. So, once again, we reset the balance control to the correct beacon, which is that one. All systems on. Everything's alive. That's all good. Right. We'll have him set up like so. Grab Zeke. Standing a little bit apart. Right, then we need to sort out your balance control, because the recorder blocks just always default back to, I think, the first location they ever took a blueprint at, or something weird like that. So that one, for some reason, is still not showing up, but it doesn't matter as long as it's looking at the right thing. Okay, just in case we colossally screw this up, let's do a quick save. Let you to guard mode, so all your things should be active. Let's jump into you. Let's turn on guard mode as well. And then we'll grab all the things, transfer them to Space Pirates. Oh, I remember a stupid thing I did from last time. All of these blocks are still set to target friends and not enemies. There we go. Yeah, okay, everything seems to be working properly now. Yeah, robot battle, right. Yeah, you're retreating too far, 150 meters. Oh, sorry, someone. I've only just started, really. Right, let's change his offensive settings. Where's your offensive block? There it is. Let's bring that in to 75 and 100. And then we'll flick that behavior on and off again. Shouldn't have to retreat as far then. There you go, that's a bit better. Oh! I thought I set myself to untargetable. Oh no, I didn't. There we go. Oh no, I absolutely took it as a joke, someone. Do not worry. They might need a bit more gyro control for the AI, for the main grid. Yeah, definitely need to adjust Rex's retreat and attack settings a little bit. But considering it's all just vanilla AI programming, I think they're doing quite well. If I had damage turned on, they'd have just shredded each other in seconds then. Because light armor blocks are not great. In fact, let's do a little save. Let's turn damage back on at an opportune moment and see how much they shred each other. Alright. Next time they turn around. Yeah, I'm just going to wait for them to turn around and do their little 50 paces. Because right now they're kind of stuck on each other. Come on, boys. Stop being stupid. Yeah, I need to sort out the collision detection on Rex. Right, damage is on. Next time they turn around, they are going to rinse each other to pieces, hopefully. Oh, there we go. Rex got the first strike in. Nice. They're still going though. Even with all that damage. Nice. Oh, maybe I need to come up with a way for Zeke's AI to... Oh, he's stuck on that gun, isn't he? If I move that... Are you stuck on the gun? Nope, I think he is... Oh, I think he's had some catastrophic damage. Yeah, Zeke definitely... Yeah, Rex has got a faster turn rate. I think he's got more gyros on his main grid. So I definitely need to give Zeke a few more of them, I think. I'll count them up next time and see what the difference is. Yeah, I think... Oh yeah, it was just some of the debris on the floor. I think I need to adjust those a bit. Yeah, because his walk sensor is detecting all that crap on the floor, which I don't want it to do. Oh. Is that it? Are we stuck like this now? Turn that sensor off. Alright, I think they've broken each other now, quite successfully. What were you even shooting at? I'm not even shooting at anything. Let's move Zeke. Is Rex dead? No, no, Rex is still alive. Just about. You get back here and sort out his balance control before it all goes wrong again. Come on, I want one of you to make the other one completely inoperable. Yeah. Zeke's walk control is broken. His walk control is definitely broken, I think. He is not really doing much now. Oh no, there it is. I just turned the sensor off and it was... Yeah, there we go. Right. Oh. Rex is having problems with one of his legs. I think one of his return controllers has taken a hit. Come on, I want to kill the other one. I want to see somebody win this fight. I don't want to end it on a mid-draw, not when we come this far. Oh, oh. Rex is having a hard time moving. Oh, something exploded on Zeke though. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage to where his controls are. Oh, I think Rex is going to win this. Neither of them can move anymore, and he's got Zeke pinned in a position where he can't do anything about it. Yeah. And the decoys didn't work. Yeah, I need to come up with a way for Zeke's AI to drop those decoys in combat if possible. I think they might have already taken a significant amount of damage. Yeah, I think it's safe to say Rex has won this fight. He's just going to keep... Oh, yeah, there go all of... Oh, there he goes. He's got the balance control. There we go. Rex has officially won. Ah, he's still got a bit of life left in him. Right, there you go. Rex is the winner. Zeke obviously needs a little bit more work, and he definitely needs some more turn controls. So, yeah. Ooh. Right, yeah, I will call that quits for this stream, so thank you everyone for watching, thank you for chatting, and making suggestions to the way I greeble these mechs and the things that I do with them. They're always welcome. And I hope you all enjoyed that robot fight. I know I did. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and goodbye for now.